habits and working on the paradigms, they're really what shape the experiences and can transform school culture, transform people over time. I know many of you from even the presentation last year are very familiar with the work. So this to us is what makes leadership. We're proud to be the only leadership school in the Liberty Elementary School District because we know that leadership is something that students can carry with them all throughout their life. And it's going to improve life trajectories. So, Ms. McCorkle.
So our next part is elevating our culture of leadership. So part of this is that we have painted classrooms. All our K-5 classrooms have gotten new furniture. We celebrate students as leaders once a month. We have empowered and elevated our teachers to become leaders in and out of the classroom, inspiring their students to grow in all areas. Our students are showing leadership in the larger community by organizing food drives and volunteering to sell concessions at sporting events to raise funds for student activities. Again, this year we have been able to expand our school and community partnership. Our NJHS and Student Council sponsored a Veterans Breakfast to honor men and women in our community who have served. We also expanded our partnership with Lifeway Church. The church sponsors our backpack and school supply drive at the beginning of each school year. This year, they also sponsored a toy drive collecting toys for every student and staff member on our campus this holiday season. We also have a new partnership with the members from the Estrella community, Retired Serving Others. They raised $1,200 so our students could have new carts and playground equipment. Our students had a unique opportunity to see an electric fire engine truck, thanks to President Todd and the partnership of our local fire department.
Hi, so Rainbow Valley is one of 4 schools in the Liberty Elementary School District that is a part of the Learning Acceleration Partnership. That partnership comes out of the Maricopa County School Superintendent's Office, and so it's been my honor to be housed at Rainbow Valley for the last year to work on learning acceleration strategies, tools, tactics, and mindsets at Rainbow Valley. And one of those things is just high expectations and learning for all. As a part of that partnership, this year they've really had me focusing in on K-2, really wanting to strengthen that foundation of our youngest learners so that as they grow up and get into 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, they have that strong foundation from which to build on. As a part of that and kind of what you see up here in the pictures, I work with teacher teams and we break down the standards into specific learning targets. Our goal is to make the targets manageable and transparent for the students because we want the students to understand how all those individual little pieces of what they're learning go up to a major whole or a unit goal. So we do that via what we call a concept map. So on that upper right-hand side, you can kind of see that's just a kindergarten concept map. We're very transparent. It's almost like, think of it, if you're an educator, it's like the daily objectives, if you will. But every single day, the kids know exactly, here's the target of where I'm aiming for. Here's the success criteria that it's going to take for me to get there. And all the work that we do aligns with that target. We then take that information and our teachers are daily sorting student work and looking to see who has mastered that objective. And when we say master, we mean 80%. And that's all students, whether they're English language learners, special education students, general education, it doesn't matter. Our goal is always 80%. So we sort that student work. We celebrate the student success by posting it up on the concept map so the kids can celebrate their victory and the victories of their classmates in the mastery of those learning targets. We've also used it as a way to then have them set goals. So depending on which room you walk in, you will either see graphs up in the board, up on the walls, like you kind of see in that bottom right. Our kindergarten classrooms, again, it looks a little bit different. There's a Sunday themed, but our kids, the goal is that our kids can tell you, here's how many most common words I know. Here's where I am with my fluency. Here's where I am with my learning targets. We want them to know exactly where they are and where they're trying to get. Thank you. If you look up here, this is part of the Acadian School. Like we kind of said earlier, K2 has really been the focus. We've been really trying hard to build that foundation. So we've strategically been putting a lot of emphasis and reinforcements and intervention into that K2 grade level band. So this move was really just to get that solid literacy foundation. Our reading interventionists, our classroom teachers, we're doing 2 different walk to reads and really getting into the tier 2 instruction. I'm helping out with the tier 1 instruction and reading comprehension so that not only can they read the words, but that they're understanding the thinking that goes behind comprehending the text. So we're seeing this year some of the highest growth that we've ever seen in kindergarten. At mid-year benchmark, 60% of our students were at benchmark or above in kindergarten. This was a 36% increase from where our kindergarten students were last year at this time. Since the benchmark in December, our students have continued to grow. They're mastering skills at an increased rate. We have several students who are in kindergarten who are already working on first grade skills. In first grade, 40% of our students were at benchmark or above in December. We usually will see a little bit of a dip on this benchmark, as this is kind of the first time that our first graders ever get assessed on oral reading fluency. So we've really tightened up some of our tier 1 instruction in ELA, and we're also really focusing on getting our kids into text every single day with a focus on fluency. Second grade, 54% of our students were at benchmark or above. In December, we've had a heavy emphasis with them as well on ensuring that they can master those necessary skills while still building their fluency and their comprehension. And then lastly, in third grade, 36% of our students were at benchmark or above in December. And since December, we have more students who have been testing off of that phonics screener. So we're just making sure that that phonics screener aligns still with the fluency. And then also going into our Acadience data where they're getting that oral reading fluency, but that retail component is still in there, which shows us that they're understanding what it is that they're reading.
All right. So some other goal updates for Achieve 3000. As you can tell by the graph that's up there, when we started in August at our August level set, every single grade level but one was in the red. So thinking of, well below. And now as of March 1st, everyone has moved over at least one proficiency indicator. To be specific, so we're seeing gains across the board in all grade levels, but to highlight 2 particular grade levels in 3rd grade and in 4th grade. Our 3rd grade average Lexile has increased over 200 points to this point this year, which if you think about 100 Lexile points being about a year of growth. So up until March, they've grown over 2 years. And then in 4th grade, the average Lexile has increased over 300 points. And I know Ms. Murphy's here in the audience to give her a little bit of a shout out. She's really led the way with her team and to build the capacity of other teachers on our campus. But her 4th grade class has the 3rd highest Lexile average in our school. So they started off at one of the lowest, and now they're 3 points behind 2 8th grade classes. So just showing all the hard work and diligence with instruction that she's put in to make such great gains for our kids. And like Miss Shannon was saying, you go in there, you ask them, they'll pull out their graphs, they'll tell you exactly where they're at, and they know what it means. In Dreambox, we are continuing to see growth. And this year in Dreambox, our students were able to take an assessment that kind of showed where they had some holes, so they didn't have to start all the way back if they didn't have kindergarten standards mastered. But with the intentionality of our teachers assigning strategically what are some of those foundational skills that they might still be missing, and then making sure that they're also assigning and having access to grade level standards, has really helped to motivate students. And so we, again, in one of our grade levels, have the highest growth in the district in Dreambox. But again, that goes with that intentionality of the teachers communicating to the students knowing exactly what they need to do and where they're going, and it helps with their motivation. Uh-oh. It's not clicking.
No. why she's trying to get it clicked. So as you said earlier, attendance is a big deal. Our school-wide attendance goal, last year when we were looking at the data, 54% of our students had chronic absentees. So they were gone 18 days or more. So our goal for this year was go from 54 to 25. The counselor and I worked together and we went through the list of our chronic absence and we put them into groups of K4 and 5-8. And the reason we did that is we figured K4, a little bit more parent involvement in getting, whereas 5-8 the students had some control. So we called the students in and asked them, okay, why aren't you coming to school? We were solution-based. How can we get you to school? What can we do? And then we called all the parents and said, how can we as a school support you and get your children to school? And then we make regular phone calls, regular check-ins. And as of our data, we're down to 3% as in January, from whereas last year it was 54%. So we're pretty proud of that. So then our action plan for proficiency, we are going to continue to double dose of our Tier 2 instruction for all students K-3. Every student receives an hour of targeted intervention daily, regular progress monitoring to assess students' progress towards mastery of skills, increased data tracking at the student level by all teachers, students' goal setting, reflection, and data tracking in their leadership notebooks, strengthen teacher leaders with their facilitation of collaborative team meetings that are always student-focused and data-driven, implement coaching cycles where our student data shows an identified need.
All right. And so some of our next steps as we continue to develop a strong culture of leadership and high expectations for learning for all students, we must heavily rely on building a strong foundation of leadership. Leadership truly is the foundation that everything else is built off of, and the vehicle that will continue to help us improve outcomes for behavior, for culture, and for our academic achievement. And so really, we're going to continue to provide increased support in K2, K3 classrooms to build that strong foundation in both literacy and mathematics, like Ms. Shannon was talking about, solid Tier 1 instruction, increased time in text for our K3 students and all students, increase the effectiveness of Tier 1 instruction in both ELA and math so that we can reduce the need for more intensive intervention, create short and long range plans that are really focused on the development of grade level essential standards and teaching to mastery, like Ms. Shannon said, that 80%, and really getting better at using common formative assessments. And lastly, to increase our effectiveness with tracking our data at the student level using data trackers so that both students and teachers know right where they are at and can intervene promptly. And with that, we'll take any questions that you may have for us.
Members, any questions?
Yeah, I don't have any questions. It's more of a comment. I remember when we, were introduced to the Covey Leadership Program. Gosh, it seems like it's been a couple years now. It was something I was excited about because we're in dire need of good leadership, and the best thing we can do is get these kids into a place to really teach them. But I have to say, leadership comes from the top down. Congratulations. Good job.
Thank you.
Board Member Bixler.
Yeah, I also want to congratulate you on the strides made forward. That really impressive what's going on in the campus. As far as the concept maps that the students are working with, how does that look different? Because you showed us kinder. What does an 8th grade concept map look like? How is it different?
Sure. So a lot of the concept map, the only core thing about the concept map it has to be in place is it has to be at least in a place in the room where it's visible to students. Teachers can decorate it, organize it any way that they want to. Some people tend to like to, and we have some of the teachers in the room who are using it in K2, some of them like it in a circle. because they want the kids to see that all these targets are kind of revolving around this ultimate unit goal. But we always want to be sure that we have enough space on that concept map for student work to actually go up. Some like to do it almost like a pathway, like here's step one, and it just moves linearly from left to right. And then students can see based on where they are in the target, okay, if I'm at target 4, I'm 2 away from this unit goal because I've had mastery of all these other ones. Some like to do it from a top to a bottom. A lot of times they will either decorate it to match whatever their theme is in their classroom. It's really whatever works for the teacher. One thing that we've noticed this year that has been particularly important for students is, depending on our wall space, is to have it low enough, because we're finding that when kids see their work up there, they're wanting to go up to it and they're looking at the work that is up there and they're starting to engage with the concept map. You might see a little bit more language of the standards listed in the learning targets, maybe up in 8th grade, that maybe just isn't really as appropriate for 1st grade or 2nd grade. But we still do use language of the standards, obviously. Like today in 2nd grade, we were talking about inferring. They were having to answer right there in inferential questions, and that's in their target. And that was with an ELL classroom. So the concept map, the whole point behind it is we just want to make the targets transparent. We communicate them on a daily basis. We interact with it and we use it. We celebrate them when we put their work up on it.
I agree. The concept maps are a powerful tool as far as communication. I applaud. That's a great idea. So I have seen other campuses and programs where they're actually had it down to an individual per student. And they also were able to use that.
And that was actually one thing that Ryan and I were just talking about today, is as we've gotten better about having those concept maps where we're truly interacting with them and it's not just a compliance piece where it's up on the wall. We were talking this morning about how can we take this and the data tracking that we're doing with the teachers, how do we make that in a student-friendly data tracker where they can go through and they can actually color in, kind of like they do with their Achieve 3000, their Lexile levels, their most common words. Some of what we've kind of been experimenting with is the kids, at least in kindergarten, the kids' names are on little sticky notes. And so their sticky notes move on the concept map. And that's how they know, just because it's a little time consuming for them to fill out their own data trackers. And that's kind of how we've given that feedback to them. But we had that exact same discussion this morning. So
well, and also
we'll keep you posted.
yeah, it goes a long way too. When a parent says, "How is my child doing?" The child can actually show them how they're doing. So
yeah, and it's interesting because they know we look at their work, because they know we look at it daily, and we get our sticky notes out, and it's like, here's the 3, here's the 2, here's the 0, 1. Sort out their work on a daily basis. What's the asset of the work that we see at all the levels? What's the next step? Because unless we're using the data to respond to it, we're just kind of teaching with reckless abandon. And the goal is to teach to the kids that are in front of us, right?
reckless abandon, not a good way to teach.
No, it is not. But unfortunately, and I think we've all kind of been in that boat where we've done it. I'm just going through my lesson and I'm exposing and I'm exposing. This way is really about that response too, where it's an interactive process between the teacher and the kids.
Well, I echo Governor Parks. Well done. Good job.
Board Member Kenyon.
They stole my thunder, but I'm very proud of you guys, the leadership there that you guys have shown, and just digging in. Also with these learning targets, just the kids knowing where they're shooting for. They have a goal. They have that opportunity to put a little of their own flair on their work because they want to reach something, right? So it's huge, and I applaud you for that. The chronic absenteeism, going down that far, that's a huge milestone. So good job on reaching out to the parents, trying to work things out and get these kids in school, because that's what they need. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, if they stole his thunder, they stole my thunder and lightning, and probably the next principal's report as well, all of that. But, the absenteeism is phenomenal. When we went to a 4-day week, we talked about how critical attendance was going to be. It's critical in a 5-day week. It's more critical in a 4-day week. I would tend to believe we should call Guinness Book of World Records, because I think that may be a record for percentage increase. To go from a 54%, which if you just do 0 to 100%, that's a solid F. There's no way we're just talking education, that's a solid F. To 3%, that's a high A. And I'm sure there's an extra credit point or two in there which puts you to 100%. So kudos to you guys at 3%. That's I guess I would, while you have the microphone, look to your fellow principals and put the challenge up. 'Cause it'd be kind of fun to watch this one play out, and you'll have, I'm confident you'll have full board support on that competition. So again, congratulations. The leadership program is so great. It really, to me, teaches our students a foundation for the rest of their life. And the program struggled for many years. It really wasn't there, but watching what you guys are doing is phenomenal. So we appreciate it. But more importantly, Slater, this is your one chance. You can ask her any question you want.
Oh, boy.
You got a question? Anything? You got one last final comment? You want to sign it to her? No? Okay. Well, you're off the hook.
All right.
You got off easy. You better trade her some homework passes or something.
Some Disneyland fundraising money, Slater? Maybe.
I think we're
Okay.
seeing it there.
Well, thank you.
We were gonna talk to you like this, did we? Thank you. Okay, next on our agenda will be item 3.1, public comment. Ms. Camerata, do we have any?
Board President, we do have one, but it was received at 5:39.
Okay, had we gavelled the meeting? We've gavelled the meeting in at that point, correct?
Yes.
Okay, then that will not be able to be heard tonight by our policy. We will move on to item 4.1, governing board update. And we'll start down at the end with Vice President Parks.
Mr. President, I managed to attend one. I've been, no excuse, but I've been pretty busy with some projects, and but I did not miss the Arts Festival, and I'll have to tell you, it was freezing cold, raining, and there had to be 1,000 people there. It was amazing. This, the quality of artwork and the singing and these kids. I'm sounding like Paul Bixler now, but anyway, it was unbelievable. So it really was a fun event, and I went home. You know, my wife grabbed me, and I was literally frozen to the bone. But it was well worth it, and I have to give an applaud to the entire district for putting that on, because it was one great event. Thank you, everybody.
Board Member Bixler.
Yeah, quite a bit did happen since the last board meeting. Began with going over to Freedom and having coffee with the superintendent. Had a great time over there. It was by far the highest parent turnout we've ever seen in the coffee, and lots of good information. Actually got into a real good, solid discussion with the parents about what they would like to see on the campus, what more could be done, and so on, and how to do it. Real valuable use of the time. Really, really good meeting. So again, if you have the opportunity, we are starting to run out of these, but if you have a chance to go have coffee with the superintendent, I highly recommend that. You learn a lot about the campus when you're there. I also had a chance to go to the Liberty campus and tour. The one word that stuck out to me as we finished up with Liberty was rigor. They really, really are challenging the kids and asking them to dig deep. It was amazing to see what was going on in those classrooms. I also want to shout out our tour guides. I was lucky enough to have Decimus Maximus Rodriguez tour us. I loved the name. Great name. And then Kayla was the other one. They did an outstanding job walking us around the buildings and showing us everything there was to see at Liberty. It was a great tour, and made so by the tour guides that we had. The third thing I had a chance to do was to go to Freedom again, this time to the science fair. Wow. And Mrs. Camp and I had a great time looking through the 8th grade projects to see what they had. There were some amazing things there. Things I had never seen anywhere else. Did get a chance to see a hydrogen engine the kid had on display. That was pretty cool. But for me, what captured my interest was there was a child there that was making what I thought would eventually become ornaments for Christmas trees, because it was a pipe cleaner that he would then sink into into a solution of borax, which cracked me up because I didn't even know they made borax anymore. I remember watching Ronald Reagan and 20 Mule Train and all that, sending away and getting a little model of mules and all that. So borax, is that still around? Well, borax is a salt. It's a mineral, and it grows on that pipe cleaner, and it stays there. He also was working with color, and it came out in some really neat pastels. I think he just invented himself a little cottage industry that's going to pay for his college as he go on. It was really great. From there, went over to, and the turnout was huge. It was so crowded in where the kids' displays were, you couldn't even walk by. It was really hard to get around to see them all because there were just so many people there. Wonderful turnout. From that, went on to the Festival of the Arts, and I agree, it was amazing. I'm glad I wasn't there at the same time as you because it wasn't raining when we were there. It was great. It started to rain just as we went into one of the displays inside the building, and it was over by the time I walked out. So I didn't get cold. It was really a pretty good night for me. But just the volume of work that the students had produced was overwhelming. I've never seen this big. It was just gigantic. And I do have to shout out the Globe Gallery. That was so cool. That was really, really amazing. And for the people on Estrella Mountain to host this every year, that's a gigantic effort, especially when you throw in a storm right before you set up. But I think 2 years ago, the same thing happened. So I guess you'll get used to it, but well done on Estrella Mountain. You guys do a nice job of hosting that every year, and that was well done this year as well. And then finally today, we got a chance to go over to Blue Horizons, and their National Junior Honor Society had the opportunity to get up and close and personal with the Buckeye Mayor. And that was a hoot. Great things went on there as far as what the mayor had to say. He covered the pillars of National Junior Honor Society, which he did a very good job of, and talking to the kids about it, and then opened it up for their questions and their responses, which was a hoot. So again, lots of stuff going on all over the campuses, and keep up the good work. Lots of fun.
Board Member Kenyon.
I also got to go to the Arts Festival, and again, can't say enough about it. It was awesome. There was a lot of people there. There was a lot of art on display. There was a lot of talent shown, the singing, the choreography, the band. Just it was amazing sight. It was wonderful to see the district come together at one big event like that, and it was just awesome to see these kids just glowing with pride in their work and their talents. My daughter had some art in there, and I don't know if it should have been on display. But it's okay, it was. She was very proud of it. I won't say what it was, but Dr. Monroe, he got to take a peek at that. No, they had a lot of fun with it. They loved their art class, and they expressed themselves very vividly sometimes. But it was a wonderful event, and I'm so glad that we have that event, and I hope that this continues. Hopefully we can start doing this more than once a year. That would be awesome. But, all right. Quarterly. No? All right.
We can add that to the agenda for the next meeting if you'd like. Okay, I have a few things to report on also, and some are duplicates, but I also got to attend the Coffee with the Superintendent of Freedom and echo Board Member Bixler's points. It was the best attended. It was fantastic seeing the number of people there, and it really showed some transparency, showed some opportunity. There was some feedback that we did it in the morning time versus in the evening time. We'll come back and do some evening stuff as well. We have a lot of parents who work nights, and so the morning slot works for some, and for others it doesn't. But I just want everybody who is here or watching online at home to know that we recognize there's no one time that works well for everybody, but we'll continue to have meetings all over, and the door is always open. So really, you can meet with the superintendent almost anytime. I recommend 2 a.m. I hear he's right on the ball at that time. So $5, I can give you his home address, but no. After that, we got to go over to Blue Horizons Champs Night, and again, what a great night. Actually, I guess that was a little bit before, but we talked about that one. So after Freedom, we were supposed to head over to Liberty for a campus tour. Unfortunately, I was not able to get there all the way on time. We stayed behind to talk to a couple other parents, caught the tail end of it. But what I can say is that hearing all the staff and students kind of debrief that tour, there are some really great things taking place on that campus as well. And I don't mean to sound like a stuck record when we just see great things are happening, but if the shoe fits, wear it, and it fits. There are great things happening on the campuses. What I'm noticing at all the campuses too is that they're clean. There was a time where you walked and there were trip hazards on the sidewalk. There were weeds, there were rocks. Those things have all gone. There's a new sense of pride amongst our campuses. New painting that was spoken about in the update. We're seeing that all over the place. And if you think for a second that people don't notice that, you're sadly mistaken, because it does make things different. And to hear stories about how something was painted, why it was painted the way it was, those are great things, and we love it. And I love the student ambassador program. It's fantastic to really hear from the students. We love the staff, but the school is really for the kids, and hearing from them is just amazing. So this last week we had Read Across America, and I was busy. I went to Estrella. Miss Boris, thank you for scheduling me at 7 o'clock in the morning time. Yeah, appreciate that. It was absolutely the earliest I've been up in years. I'm a night owl, but I was fresh and ready to go for that one, and read 3 classes. It was a ton of fun. I headed to Freedom, read there, and then over to Blue Horizons this week and read. So it was a great time, and over at Blue Horizons, they threw me in the middle of a book in 3rd grade that they were on chapter 24 and 25, kind of one of those books you had to lead up to get there. And so there were some names in there I was not quite familiar with. I hope I did it justice, but I felt the pain, I'll say that. Attended a special ed meeting that was here at our district, something we had asked to start having, and I'd like to thank Ms. Hamrick again for putting that together. This one, they kind of went over an IEP, so they did a mock IEP, which is really good for us as a board members that were there to see it, for parents who have even been through the process, so that they know if the process they went through was the correct process or not. Some of this for parents is on-the-job training, if you will, and so you may be at a school and have been in an IEP meeting or two for your student. You may have seen something different at this training, and so it's important that we continue to show that. And that meeting was scheduled for about 2 hours, and I think we stayed about 2 hours and almost 3 by the time we were done. So that's never a bad thing when you have people who are engaged and they're getting value out of it. So I appreciate the staff for staying late and working through that. We also had a budget committee meeting, which we're pretty close to wrapping that up. In fact, later on in the agenda, we have some discussion about that. I came back to Estrella for Read Across America again with Mayor Pizzillo from Goodyear, and it was fantastic having him around and reading with the kids. What I'll say about that, and you're going to hear this a couple times, is that at the end, we opened up questions to the students, and the questions were amazing. They were not the typical questions that you get, and Ms. Boris and I kind of commented about that. They were, what's your vision for the city? When you have 2nd and 3rd graders, 1st graders asking those kind of questions, look out. Teachers, be on notice. You got some smart kids. They're gonna catch you. Lots of those kind of questions. I will say that White Castle coming to Goodyear is a huge hit amongst the Estrella students. They all are familiar with White Castle. But it was good, and it was kind of funny. Mayor Pizzillo said, they asked him what an easy day, a hard day. He said, well, this is kind of an easy day, and then they started in with the questions. I thought, well, this just turned into a pretty much a hardcore press conference. The questions were not easy. When did the city become a city? What's the growth? What's this? The questions were amazing. So I really, really commend them for that. Went over from there to Blue Horizons. I was invited to attend one of their student council meetings by their student council. They sent me a nice invite, so we attended that. It's great to see the students at that young age starting to do a government process, and organized, well thought out. It was fantastic. Walking out of that room, there was a PTO meeting. Stopped in to say hi, and they're a smaller PTO, but they're mighty, and they're still a new school, so there's still people coming there but they're doing a lot of great things, and I would commend them. They helped with the carnival. There's a carnival committee over there, but they were deeply involved in it and just did a great thing. Have some great ideas coming. So if you're looking to help out somewhere else, they'll always take your help as well, even if you're from another campus, I'm sure. Festival of the Arts, as mentioned, fantastic. I just made a note that the Phoenix Art Museum called and they can't compete. They can't. There were people from the community who even came and they said, this was done by kids? And honestly, I had to look at some of the name tags and see as well that it was done by kids. I thought, oh, maybe we did something with high school. Maybe we did something with a local college. Oh, that was all kid-produced, student-produced, our students. And it didn't matter what grade level. It was from young to the oldest. Phenomenal work. I mean, this stuff is material that can absolutely be in an art museum. It's amazing. So this past weekend, I headed over downtown to just across the street from the State Fairgrounds at the Department of Public Safety for the bus rodeo. And there were over 70 drivers who competed statewide. Our bus driver, Nicholas, finished 5th place. So it was it was a great day to sit out there and watch them drive. And if you've never done the bus rodeo or seen it, it is definitely a rodeo, and it's tough. Board member Ken and I did one out here in the parking lot. Be thankful that we're not your bus drivers. And I will remind you, I did score 1 point better than you. But what a great job they did. And what was really cool this year is typically the big districts, Deer Valley, they bring a bunch of buses down. Everybody uses their buses. They were short one, and they called us and asked if we could bring a bus. So it was really cool to see a Liberty bus. And people took notice. Oh, Liberty. I heard little Liberty stepping up. Those are great things when we're hearing that. Those are great. So you watch the Liberty bus go around the course, and all the drivers, they were just rotating buses. So when your turn was up, you got in the bus, whichever one it was spectacular. So again, Nicholas, 5th place out of over 70 drivers from all over the state, and it was fantastic. Today was really a special day for me. I got to bring a friend of mine, Major League Baseball umpire, Alfonso Marquez. He worked the 2023 World Series that just happened, and he came to Blue Horizons to do a leadership talk. His story is pretty amazing. I won't tell you all of it tonight, but look him up and read the story. Fonzie's a great guy, and he went around, and his wife comes with him to a lot of events. So they're on the road a lot as baseball umpires. So when you're in town, there's spring training, his one day off, he came to our school. He wanted to do it because he had heard me talk about our district. I said, you sure you want to do that on your day off? He said, absolutely. The questions, again, that were asked by the students were phenomenal. Typically, and his wife said, yeah, they always just ask, what's your favorite stadium? Who's your favorite baseball player? Well, we're umpires. We don't like baseball players. They're mean to us. But, those were not the questions that were asked. They were dynamic questions and really thought of. So we know that what's happening in these classrooms are really critical thinking, and they were surprised. And we walked out to the parking lot when we were leaving, and Fonzie goes, wow, that was like the hardest interview I've ever done. The questions, and it didn't matter from, the younger grades that we went into classrooms to the upper grades. So it was fantastic. And to have Major League Baseball stepping up and coming to our district, phenomenal. And Fonzie said there's a couple more umpires, that there's one that's moved out this way. He's going to hook us up with him as well. And I don't know Malachi, but we're going to get him in and do that. So again, just phenomenal, and to see that was spectacular. He also left a couple of World Series baseballs behind for them to give as a leadership award to their baseball and softball team this year. And it's not the best player, it's the best leader. So if you go no wins and 6 losses, you strike out every time, but you keep the right attitude, that's what's important. And that's what we need to teach our youth today. So, and then I finished up today at Blue Horizons. Mayor Orsborn from Buckeye came over to speak to the National Junior Honor Society. They've got some new inductees, and again, speaking on the 7 pillars was phenomenal to hear that. And then after that, I went to the post office and changed my mailing to Blue Horizon because I've been there a lot this past couple weeks. But it's been a great joy to see the many things that are happening, and I really want to thank the staff and leadership there for always inviting us and having us to be there. But I keep saying it, great things are really happening, and the spirit of the students, it's just fantastic. And I would be remiss to not share this, but got a really nice thank you card from Stray Mountain Elementary School, all the students for reading. So this will definitely get hung up in my office at home, and it's certainly a nice thing to see that, and all the notes we get from the staff and students this year certainly don't go unnoticed and are very appreciated. So again, thank you to everybody. Members, next will be item 5.1, our consent agenda. And does anybody want to pull anything before we make the motion?
Mr. President, I'd like to pull item 5.3.
Okay, we'll pull item 5.3. Anything else? Okay, hearing none, I'll take a motion.
Mr. President, I move that we accept we approve the consent agenda as written with the exception of item 5.3.
Second?
I have a motion, a second, to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 5.3. I call your name, please state your vote. Vice President Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that proof. 4 yes, 0 no. We'll move to item 5.3, which is the approval of personnel action items.
Yes, thank you for allowing me this opportunity. Something struck me when I saw this earlier as we were getting our board packet, a large number of new hires. And I have a couple questions about that. Who's coming to us? Are they experienced teachers? Did we pick them up through the job fair that we were just at? How are we doing? How's our recruiting?
So for this particular one, yes, not all of these are from the job fair. A few are from the job fair, but actually we have a mix of some of these that you see are, if you remember, if it was either the last one or the one before, we have some teachers who were on what we call terminating contracts because they started, like, let's say they moved here in December and we hired them, but they were on the contracts that automatically terminated. So they applied and we did hire them back. So some of them on here, there's about 4 that we did because we wanted to keep them as teachers. So they applied and we hired them back. So some of them, but we have quite a few experienced teachers that we've hired too. We actually have a couple that have 15 years experience that we are on this agenda that we've hired. So that's a celebration. We do also have some that are brand new, that are just finishing up their student teaching with us. So that's exciting as well. They're student teaching here with our current Liberty teachers. We have about 3 to 4 that are student teaching right now this semester, but will be with us in the fall as well.
I know that we've got a relationship with Grand Canyon. Are they from Grand Canyon?
I believe they are from Grand
Wow,
Canyon.
good.
So
Good.
we have a NAU, we have a relationship with Grand Canyon. We have a relationship with several universities, but we really try to get student teachers placed with us because then they tend to stay with us. We try to get them to stay with us once they student teach here.
Well, yeah, training our own is, I think, a great idea. So,
Absolutely, absolutely.
yeah, I congratulate that. That's a terrific list of new hires this early in the season. So that's great. Terrific.
And we will have some for the next agenda as well, because even over the weekend, we got new contracts signed and hired already.
Great. Congratulations on that. I do have one other thing off of that particular item. I did notice a name under the resignations. I want to call this person out. Stephanie McCorkle is resigned her position and is leaving us at the end of this school year. It breaks my heart. She and I had many, many conversations about the positive aspects of collegiate wrestling and how important it is and how wonderful the human beings are that are involved with that. And I will miss Miss McCarkle when she is gone. So congratulations. I understand it's a move upward, and good job. I will miss you here.
First, I got to turn it on. A couple questions. I think under this, as I'm reading this correctly, I just want to point out, we give our SPED teachers a stipend of $3,000. I hope I'm in the right section here. For self-contained, and then $6,000 for being a SPED teacher. Is that
I think
correct?
it's opposite.
Opposite, okay.
$3,000 for being a SPED teacher, $6,000 for self-contained.
Okay.
I believe. Okay.
No,
Or
it-
I'm completely wrong.
Yeah, Kay.
here.
Yeah.
Kay, why don't
yeah.
you step up to the mic? Yeah, I think we.
I mainly ask this question so the public kind of knows that we are, as I understand this here, that's still the plan, and we are.
Yes. So every special ed teacher gets a stipend of $6,000 just for being special education, because we honor their service to us, and that's a hard to fill position. If they are self-contained, then there's an extra $3,000 on top of that $6,000, because that is the most difficult position to fill in special education. And so the board approved the $3,000 on top last year for us because, we value the fact that we need those teachers, and so did the board.
Absolutely, and I would agree. I just want to make sure that was continuing forward, so thank you with that. The only other question I have is, we do have a lot of contracts here. Are any of these return contracts from when we sent out contracts just recently? These are all new, correct? Okay. All right, great. Okay, members, if there's no other questions, we'll take a motion to approve item 5.3.
Mr. President, I move that we approve item 5.3 from the consent agenda.
I'm looking for a second.
1 second.
Okay, I have a motion, a second. When I call your name, please specify your vote. Vice President Parks,
Aye.
Board Member Bixler,
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Will show that approves 4 yes, 0 no. Okay, moving on to item 6.1, discussion consideration to approve Megan Hamburg as the West Star Elementary Principal for school year 24-25. Dr. Mahorn.
I had just shut my mic off. President Todd, Vice President Parks, and Governing Board, it is my pleasure to bring to you, to recommend to you Miss Megan Hamburg for the West Star Elementary Principal beginning the 24-25 school year. We went through a rigorous process that included a face-to-face screener, an interview committee that consisted of teachers, parents, other administrators. We did a performance test, both written and live, and coming through that process was Miss Hamburg, and so it is the motion to approve the hiring of Megan Hamburg for the position of Principal of West Star Elementary for the 24-25 school year.
Thank you, members. I'll take a motion and then we can have discussion.
Ms. Hamburg, I'm happy to make this motion. Hearing about you, looking at your resume, and I'm very, very excited you just decided to come our direction. So I will make a motion to approve the hiring of Megan Hamburg for the position of Principal of West Star Elementary for school year 24-25.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none, when I call your name, please specify your vote. Vice President Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that approved 4 yes, 0 no. And Ms. Hamburg, if you'd like to say anything, you're welcome to.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, President Todd, governing board members, Dr. Monroe, and guests. My name is Megan Hamburg, and I'm excited to be announced as the principal of West Star Elementary beginning the 24-25 school year. For the past 8 years, and I know you've read my resume, or maybe you've Googled me too, but just in case, here's some information about me. I've been in the Levine Elementary School District for the last 8 years. I started there as an assistant principal. I was at Vista Del Sur Accelerated Academy. Their signature program is working a grade level ahead. We have about 200 kids there at Vista that are also part of the gifted program. So it was really a pleasure and privilege to be part of that, and really transformed my thoughts and experience as an educator working with those gifted students. The last 4 years, I had the privilege, starting in 2020, which I would not recommend taking over a school in the midst of a pandemic, but I did. It made me stronger for it. But in 2020, I became the principal at Rogers Ranch, now STEM Academy. It was Rogers Ranch School. Last year, it was renamed, where I've had the privilege of serving 1,051 students every single day. We are on our way to becoming the first ever school across in the state of Arizona as a nationally certified STEM school. So we're in the process of doing that, excited about that, and excited to bring my experience and journey of STEM to Westar. I grew up in a small town in California. I have 3 kiddos. My husband and I have been married for 19 years. I have a freshman at Millennium High School finishing up that year. I have a 3rd grader at Palm Valley Elementary School. And then I have a soon-to-be kindergartner. She's very excited to join her older brother as a kindergartner next year at Palm Valley as well. So I'm so excited about this opportunity. You know, serving Levine has been such a treasured and honored experience. I live on this side of the valley, so I'm very excited to be able to work a little bit closer to home. So I'm excited to bring and leverage my skills and experience as a leader to take Westar to new heights by continuing and celebrating the success that has currently been there and building on that. So thank you so much for this honor and privilege.
Thank you and welcome to our district. Our next item will be 6.2, discussion consideration to approve contract language for administrators, related services, exempt, and at-will notice of appointments for school year 24-25. Dr. Mahorn.
It is recommended that the governing board approve the following motion. Motion to approve the contract language for administrator-related services, exempt support staff, and at-will notice of appointments for the 24-25. And again, this is the contract language, this part.
Members, I'll take a motion and then we can do a second and discuss if necessary.
Motion to approve issuance of administrator contracts for school year 24-25.
Point of order, I believe we're talking about language.
This is just the language.
Just the language?
This part
Item
is just the
6.2.
language.
Oh, I apologize. Motion to approve contract language for administrator, related service, exempt support staff, and at-will notice of appointments for school year 24-25.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Vice President Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Bixler.
Yes, just an explanation of my vote. I applaud the fact that the language for liquidated damages that I objected to in earlier contracts that we saw at an earlier meeting is not in this, and I appreciate that. I think that's a great idea, so thank you for not including that language here, and I vote aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that proof 4 yes, 0 no. Item 6.3, discussion consideration to approve issuance of administrator contracts for school year 24-25. Dr. Mahorn.
This is a motion to approve the issuance of administrator contracts for the 24-25 school year.
Members, I'll take a motion second, and then we can discuss if necessary.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the issuance of administrative contracts for the 24-25 school year.
Second?
Have a motion and a second. I call your name, please. Do we have any discussion first? I guess I should ask. All right, hearing none. When I call your name, please state your vote. Vice President Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Will show that proof 4 yes, 0 no. Next on the agenda is 6.4, discussion consideration to approve issuance of psychologist and related services contracts for school year 24-25. Dr. Mahorn.
The motion is to approve the issuance of psychologists and related services contracts for the school year 24-25.
Members, I'll take a motion.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the issuance of psychologist and related services contracts for the 24-25 school year.
Have a second.
I'll second.
Have any discussion? I have one. Staff, I've been following a little bit down at the state. They are doing some changes in requiring licensure and certification for psychologists and counselors. I want to make sure that our new contract is going to be in line with what the Behavioral Health Board is now mandating. So as long as we're confident with that, I'm okay. Obviously, that's going to become reality one way or the other. But moving forward, that is a requirement out of the Board of Health. And so I don't know that all of our staff meets that criteria. I'm not saying that they don't, but we need to be following that closely and make sure we're there. Also, if they're not currently there, it's going to happen relatively quickly. The Behavioral Health Board is already meeting and rewriting their directives, so it may be a disadvantage to the district to sign somebody that doesn't meet their new requirements, because they are happening. But otherwise, that's my only question for that in guidance. With that said, I will call for the vote. Vice President Parks.
Sorry.
Calling for the vote. Yours.
Sure. Aye.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that approved 4 yes, 0 no. Next on our agenda is 6.5, discussion consideration to approve issuance of exempt support staff contracts for school year 24-25. Dr. Mahorn.
It is recommended that the governing board approve the following motion to approve issuance of exempt support staff contracts for school year 24-25.
Mr. President, I make a motion to approve the issuance of exempt support staff contracts for school year 24-25.
I'll second.
Motion is second. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none. When I call your name, please state your vote. Vice President Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Will show that approved 4 yes, 0 no. Next is item 6.6, discussion consideration to approve fiscal year 2025 maintenance and operations budget interest prioritization. Ms. Strickler.
Excuse the switch here for just a minute. I need Crystal to run the controls for the agenda item. So before we, President Todd, Vice President Parks, and members of the board, the purpose of the Budget Interest Priority Committee is to provide input and feedback from information received from solicited stakeholders to consider the best interest of the entire district, keeping children first and foremost. This in turn becomes a recommendation that can be made to the board. All meetings were held in accordance with open meeting laws. The first meeting for the Budget Interest Committee was December 12th. A representative from the schools, school administration, district administration, and community were in attendance. At this first meeting, the purpose and timeline was discussed, and a brief presentation was provided for the M&O budget overview, the expected revenues and anticipated budget capacity, as well as the budget interest funded and unfunded from prior year. The task of the committee was to solicit feedback from their stakeholders and to submit interest by January 10th. January 16th was the second meeting in which a review of the 5-year budget plan was provided. The anticipated budget capacity was confirmed, and a review of the submitted budget interest was done. The third meeting of the committee was on February 6th, where the committee began to prioritize budget interest, categorizing them as priority interest, interest for future consideration, and interests that are no longer considered for the process for fiscal year 2025. The fourth and final meeting of the Budget Interest Committee was on March 6th. At this meeting, the committee moved some interest from the priority interests to interests that are no longer considered for the process. Those were bus aides and bus drivers, which the committee understood were needed as part of student growth. District administration recommends approval of the fiscal year 2025 budget interest as presented by the Budget Interest Committee. Just a brief overview of what we had. So we started the budget allocations with about $1.671 million. Right off the top of that comes our fixed costs, which is health benefits, fuel, insurance, the normal costs that happen every year, right? Classroom supplies. And so we ended up with an amount of $564,000. We were put to the task to find some efficiencies. So we found those efficiencies. We found some efficiencies with our cell tower lease and some efficiencies with our MIPS staffing efficiencies. So being able to, how we could find those to be for one-time costs going forward in each and every fiscal year going forward. And then we also found some staffing efficiencies just generally across the board. So we ended up having a budget balance amount of about $867,000, which is a lot better than the $564,000. With that, we took that amount and we had already categorized those in this, prior to last Tuesday's meeting, we had them in a little bit different order, you know, and so the task of the Budget Interest Committee was to put them in the order of most importance to them. So the first interest is employee raises. That is a 2% across the board employee raise for $547,000. That includes any additional mandatory benefits that come with that. Second for them was the pay scale increase for related services, specifically for OT, PT, in an amount of about $40,000. That provides OT, PT, and speech. Thank you, from the peanut gallery over there. And then the third item was to increase self-contained paraprofessional hours. So we went with an additional 1 hour a day. What we discovered with that is the parapros in the classrooms were not having training with the teachers that they were in the classroom with. So this additional hour allowed them to do the training and also allowed them time for just to collaborate with how the school day was going to go, right? The fourth one, 4 and 4B, the committee discussed in detail. One suggestion was the permanent substitute pay, to have a permanent substitute, one per campus. And then we also discovered that there was a need for behavior support specialists on each campus. Those are also ESSER funded, so we had to consider those. So through 2 times of discussions, we thought, well, can we do either or, leaving it up to the campus leadership? What are the best needs for their campus? Do they need the permanent substitute teacher, or do they need the behavior support specialist? Or can we split this, right? And then the fifth and final one that we had that was allocable, I think that's the word, through this process was an increase in secretary hours at Liberty. So that came about because they've got the preschool there, right? And so they're seeing an increase in parents that are coming in and the assistant that's needed at that front office. So with those total expenditures, we just dipped under the rail just a little bit, dipping into our reserves of about $22,000. Again, district administration recommends this, but we are, as always, it's the board's final decision. And we're ready, Crystal is ready to do, if there's any movement that we need to have done on this, to reprioritize these.
Members, any comments or thoughts?
Yes, I have one. That I agree with the prioritization. I think they're in the right order. What I would like to look at, though, is to find some more efficiencies, perhaps, and let's go to a 2.5% raise.
A 2.5% interest instead of being $547,000. Absolutely, we will look for efficiencies. It raises that amount to $684,000.
Right. Thank you for that information earlier, by the way. So,
okay.
Yeah, I would like to take a hard look at that. Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Monroe, but essentially the 2% is really the 1, 2, 3 coming from the state, right?
No, Prop 123 is only for certified teachers. It's for the teachers only. We don't know that. There's discussions now of keeping the Prop 123. It falls off in fiscal year 25. So next year at this time, we will have a better answer because it should go to the voters should go in November as to whether we're going to keep that Prop 123.
That's Member Bixler. That's what you're seeing in the news right now is a lot of talk about extending Prop 123. So it's my opinion that you'll likely see that on the ballot for November. However, if that passed, we wouldn't see any of that funding until the next school
25,
year. Yes,
right.
for Prop 123. So it's really not part of this current discussion.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it might, man. So, and I was worried that if it doesn't go through, then we don't give any raises. But yeah, if we could take a look at 2.5, I'd like to do that.
So we can at this time populate that if you'd like to see it on the thing. So with that, putting in that 2.5%, it takes us down about 158,000 into reserves.
I know we looked at the number of math interventionists, and I know we played with that number some, and I was wondering if we could play with that number a little bit more and get to that.
Math interventionist for 7, one for each campus, comes in at about $520,000.
You could see it there below the green line.
Right.
It was kind of below the cut, if you will, by the final conversation, but there was kind of the price for 7 math interventionists. But if you follow it to the right, you could see the price for one of them there, for one position all the way up to 7.
Are you done, Paul?
What?
Are you finished? Okay. I didn't want to step on you. I had, well, first of all, I'm going to preface this by saying that, I attended all 3 of the budget meetings, and I thought Ms. Strickler and Dr. Monroe did a really nice job in directing and helping with the prioritization. Honestly, it was in alignment a lot with kind of where the board was thinking anyway, which really helps our job out tremendously. As I was watching this come together, one of the focuses that this board is taking is really making sure that we get our proficiencies up. And that proficiency, you guys did a really good job getting those 12.5 for the reading interventionists. I think that that's going to be a big help moving into the next year. I'm still concerned about the math interventionists. I'd really like to see 3 or 4 of those, even if we rotate them around the schools. What I'm proposing is that we take a look at 4B. Let's see about cutting back some of those behavior specialists and maybe the substitute teachers to find the funding for 3 or 4 math interventionists. That would be my proposal.
So for the permanent substitute teachers, are you thinking like half?
Well, however, so like take 3 and 3. Whatever we have to do, because I know there's a disparity in pay. So however we can work that out, I'd like to see 3 or 4 math interventionists, probably 4 around the district.
And that actually was the number I was looking at. What if we moved that to 4 for math interventionists? Would that buy enough for the 2.5? Probably not, but it would get us closer.
Okay, so 4 math interventionists, is that the right number there, Crystal? 297,000? You see that in the blue? Yes. With their benefits?
Yeah, so my proposal is find a way to cut back on 4B. Say take 3 positions out of behavior support, some of the full-time permanent substitute teachers, to get the money for the math interventionists.
If the permanent substitute teacher and the behavior support specialist positions are eliminated, I think that's about 245. That gets pretty close to the math interventionists. So Beth, am I reading that right? So let's say the permanent substitute teacher and the behavior support specialist position, let's say those are eliminated. Does that get us close to the math interventionist number, 245 to 297? Am I seeing that right?
Yes.
So that would be just a reduction of those positions. My understanding is those positions were ESSER funded, were added during ESSER, unless someone can correct me. So those have been around the last few years. We do have a behavior support. Boy, I don't know the name of the position. Okay. Behavior support and interventionist who's over those specialists right now. And that's funded out of M&O. But these are the specialists assigned at each school and then the permanent guest teacher. Again, these are all very hard decisions, and that's why we'll do what the board wants. It's good that we can discuss these. I think ESSER allowed a lot of things to happen for a few years that maybe we didn't do before ESSER, and so that's why these conversations are necessary, because we really need to reset and decide what our future is and what our priorities are as ESSER money is ending, and life is different after COVID. So those are things we can definitely consider. But yeah, eliminating those, reducing those positions to 0 could get us close to that math interventionist number.
Are you wanting them reduced to 0 or to just reduce the quantity?
Well, I think we're on the same page here. I think we're looking at 4 math interventionists. I think that's the key, however we get there. If it's all of them, it's all of them. But this board's priority is getting our proficiencies up.
Okay.
Now, Beth, let me, so as I'm reading this, as we're talking through this, does that still keep what Board Member Bixler was saying, the 2.5% in raise for all employees? Are we still there right now?
Yes.
Okay.
So you can just change that number for your permanent sub or add a column? Add a row to add the math interventionist up there? You all are making her nervous by watching her do this. I'm just telling you right now. I'm going to pay for this one tomorrow.
You're doing great. You're doing great, Crystal. We can continue. Yeah.
That's perfect.
Okay.
Yep,
Yes.
reset the
that's
formulas.
better. Okay.
Yeah. So if we take out the permanent substitutes, that'll bring us up to a little more than 200,000 over the estimated budget.
Okay, so Beth, let me just kind of be the voice here. So this include right now, as it stands right now in our discussion, we have a 2.5 employee raise for all employees. We have a pay scale increase for related services, that's OT, PT, and speech. We have the increase of an hour a day for self-contained paraprofessionals and 4 math interventionists. Is that right? Is that where we are right now, or where are we at budget-wise? How are we short 200,000? Is that what I'm seeing? Or does that formula need to be applied there?
There you go. Shoot.
Okay, so
reset the formula in the next one down. You have to manually enter it. There you go. Plus that one. There you go. Now we carry it down.
Okay, so Beth, that is telling me, help me understand what are those top 4 lines, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Correct. Employee raises at 2.5%
Yes.
for all employees.
Okay.
Approximately $40,000 for your OT, PT, and speech. Almost $51,000 for self-contained paraprofessionals for the additional hour,
Okay.
and then $297,000 for 4 math interventionists. Puts us at a little more than 200,000 over the budget amount.
What do our reserves really look like?
Keep in mind with our reserves, we have school number 8 opening in a year and a half. So,
I understand.
yeah. And we are coming up on a budget revision in May to capture the additional students that we have.
We will do as the board directs. As you heard me earlier in the meeting, we're growing. We've turned the corner, which is good. We're up 44 students, and there'll be budget revisions. So again, if the board dipping into reserves is always can be continually can be a dangerous prospect. We have an override in place. Our enrollment is growing. We don't have a bond in place, and we are, building a school. But if the board directed us to, have 4 math interventionists, we would find a way to make that happen. With the raise that Board Member Bixler recommended, the 2.5.
And the May revision on the budget is going to add the kids that we've added since the last time, right?
It'll add the students since the budget was done in June or July.
So since we are seeing an increase, we can probably expect that to be an increased amount.
Yes.
How does that make you feel, Mrs. Strickler? The 200,000 with our enrollment, what's kind of your temperature on that? So the board has a good understanding of where we are, at least right now.
My concern is the carry forward that we have, that we are dipping into it again this year. But again, we can go back and look at efficiencies, and we do have a budget revision coming up. So those two offset the nervousness of going 200,000 into the budget reserves.
I'm okay with it. I mean, it's one of those things that in any business, if you're growing, you can take a little bit of risk. I was always really concerned if we were going the other direction. I do realize we have a school coming up. I don't think $200,000 is in the big picture with the cost of the school. I realize you get to the point of penny pinching on some of this, but I really didn't consider the 0.5 point raise. I zeroed this out kind of on my own at home, but to Ms. Bixler's point, I think it's important that we continue to try to support our teachers, and I think that has a lot to do with we're seeing hires and we're seeing retention, and I think we need to keep that going. So I'm okay with dipping in a couple 100,000. It's far less than we did last year. So, we'll take a little bit of a risk here as a board. I think, I think it's the right thing to do at this point.
One of the things I would like to see is the permanent substitute teachers positions there if the campuses want them. I've heard time and time again how much they're utilized. Over and over and over. I don't think there's one that just sits and does nothing. They are ran ragged. And that is a critical part that I've heard from just about every campus. And I would hate to strip that away, although I do agree with getting these math interventionalists. So if we can, were we saying the permanent substitute teachers were the same cost as the behavioral support specialists?
It was very close. The permanent substitute teacher was a little more. I think it was like 20,000 more. But we just took the higher cost because what the committee was thinking was it would be a principal's choice to either have a permanent substitute teacher or a behavior specialist. So we just took the higher amount, which was the permanent guest teacher. And correct me if I'm wrong, Beth and Crystal, but I believe that's the average was about $35,000. Is that the right
Correct,
number?
for the permanent substitute.
For the permanent
yes.
substitute teacher. So one was about $35,000. And then the behavior support specialist was on line 4B. I don't remember. If you scroll over a little bit, Crystal, it says how much that one was.
About 24,000.
About 24,000. So member Kenyon, that was about 35,000 for a permanent substitute teacher at the, and there's a minimum of one assigned at each campus currently.
Mm-hmm.
So I had Crystal add back in the permanent substitutes at the 245,000. That's one per campus. So that brings our amount down to 447,000, or up to.
It's a hard thing because I want to say, the campuses should be able to choose either or. However, we need the math interventionalist and we also need the permanent subs. So it's a hard thing. So I would ask that we could try to see if we can find any more efficiencies and see what we can whittle down. And for me, this is what I would look at. and hoping that we see good enrollment numbers between now and when we revise this again and looking at that. But I think about our students every time there's a teacher who's sick and we can't find a sub that second. We got these permanent subs that jump in and do this. These are the teachers that have been at these campuses and they know already what's going on. You don't have to call somebody from who knows where to jump in and fill in who has no idea what's going on. These permanent subs are there. They know the kids. They know the environment, and it's critical that they keep that. So that's kind of my feelings on it.
Member Kenyon, are you saying a permanent substitute teacher at each school?
Only if the principal and administration think it's necessary. But I know that the ones I've talked to said that it's going to be very, very difficult without that.
The reason I ask is, Crystal, correct me again if I'm wrong, Beth, that number up there, that's 7 permanent substitute teachers, correct?
Correct.
That's 1 at each school. So if I'm looking at this going down on the left, 1, 2, 3, the blank, and 4 would put us in kind of the red of about $447,000 for those things. That's the 2.5 raise, the special education items in 2 and 3, the math interventionists, and the permanent guest teachers. Does that sound about right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All we need is one more cell tower lease.
Yeah. Lots of cell towers appearing. We are actually working on some cell tower leases, so.
Members, I have a couple questions. One, and I think staff answered me for this earlier, but at some point as I looked at this, it looked like there was a $20,000 pay raise coming to the OT and PT, and I just want to make sure, as much as I'd love to do that, this budget doesn't support it. So I just want to make sure that we're on record that is not the case. Ms. Hamrick, we spoke about it, but if you could just.
Yeah, maybe you could clarify that, Kay, so.
So that $40,000 is a step up, and there's a missing step in our salary schedule. So that's across the board, and we will have 6 SLPs, 6 SLP assistants, 3 OTs, and a PT, and that $40,000 is just across that whole board, just to give them that little bit of up so that we can compete with other districts.
So, Kay, it's not like 3 positions
No.
that are getting $20,000 each.
It's
So they're getting like 1,000 each?
16, 17 positions, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. My next concern, first of all, let me be very clear. I am fully supportive of pay raises. I wish we could take 2.5 and make it 10. Common Core math just doesn't allow that yet. It's kind of crazy, but it's not there. But one thing, members of the board, that we have failed for a long time is our classified staff. We gave a lot of stipends, extra opportunities. Our lowest paid employees, typically the classified staff, have really not seen any sort of a substantial pay raise in quite some time. And speaking with previous administration, they were here, the plan was to kind of catch them up this year. We have we have classified staff who are have to be nearly at the poverty level after they take taxes out of their check. I honestly don't know how we can expect them to do that. So I think we need to look at our classified staff as well and probably give them an additional raise. They're kind of also, there's no question about it, they're important to what goes on.
President
again,
Todd, if I may.
Yes.
So classified staff last year, we did readjust all their salary schedules.
Right, but it's minimal compared to those who are making the low money that they're making. It's much harder to survive on than people who are making more. Yes, people who are making more are seeing a bit of a pay cut if they don't get a raise to keep up. But it's a heck of a lot easier to survive when you're at the higher level than when you're at the lower level. And We have other districts who are offering some stipends, $1,000 stipends and so forth. I just would encourage the board to look at this, and I don't think there's anybody on this board who is able to survive on what our classified staff is making. So I just toss that out there for discussion by the board. I will say that $455,000 in the red is concerning to me. The other thing that I would say as we look at guest teachers, I wholeheartedly agree with what Board Member Kenyon says, that these permanent guest teachers are on the campus every day. They know the kids. They're not stepping in and saying, what's your name? Go ahead and answer the question. They're familiar with the flow of the campus. I think we need to look very carefully as a board at pushing discipline back to the principals and assistant principals. I don't know any of us sitting at this dais who had behavioral specialists in our schools when we were around. Nobody even thought of that. As we look at this budget, I agree 100% that we've got some significant discipline and behavior issues. But I'm also looking at a district that didn't pass a bond, and we can't go $465,000 in the red. But make no mistake, those permanent guest teachers, and I suppose we can ask staff to run a report, but from my understanding, they're ultimately used every day. So if we're using them every day in a critical role, which is in the classroom, I think that's far more critical than the behavioral specialist position. And if I'm a teacher or a principal, I probably definitely go to the behavioral specialist, because at the end of the day, if I need a sub role, the district's going to have to fill that one way or the other. I think we can call them what we want, but I believe we need 7 permanent teachers that are ready to step in on each campus. And I just, from being on many campuses and talking, I agree with Board Member Kenyon. They are very busy. They're always put to use. And to eliminate a position that is vital every day does not make, to me, a great sense. And I do support the math interventionist. I just see that big red number. That's $500,000, and numbers come up in attendance, numbers come down in attendance. I'm very hesitant to go that deep, but I think, again, our mission is the classroom. I think our principals and assistant principals need to do more for discipline, and I think the board can probably set some better guidance on our discipline policy. We know that was kind of changed abruptly during some COVID time and has become pretty lax. Back in the day when we had discipline in schools, when us sitting on the board got sent to the principal, we didn't come back with a lollipop. We might have called it a lollipop, but it wasn't the sugary kind. And I think we need to, again, put that back to a principal. Several years ago when we went to assistant principals in this district, we talked about that being for discipline. And I think that is far better to have permanent guest teachers than behavior specialists. And we do have principals and assistant principals who can handle that. And with support from the board with some new policies, I think we can clean that up and help discipline move forward.
I do have a question. If we looked at 2.5 across the board, that's including classified staff, right?
Correct.
Yes. Are there any items above the green line that the board does not prioritize as part of what we're talking about right now? Are there any items there? A lot of the board has talked about various things that we want to move below the green line, meaning that they would be a budget interest for future consideration. Again, always hard decisions, always a hard discussion, but I figured I would just ask because we've had 4 different voices so far. Is there anything that we'd put under the green?
I think those are kind of critical. I mean, you look at number 5; it's not even really material in the number we're looking at. I hate to do this, but just for our good, can you run that down to 2 on the teachers, just to take another look at what that bottom line number is looking like?
Take
to
what down to
2%,
2?
Brian?
Yeah.
Okay. Member parts, yeah. Yeah, 2% raise.
$547. 42883.
Yeah, we're still knee deep. Personally, I'd like to keep it, if we're going to go into reserves, I'd like to keep it around 200, but we've got something to work on. So
I'd be comfortable sending this back to staff to look for efficiencies and maybe the committee to convene. I think if we're going into reserves, we need the public to recognize what that is and also weigh in. But I'm personally uncomfortable with going that deep into reserves. Can you, just for updated purposes, can you tell us what our reserve balance is currently?
I do not have that information right with me, but I can get it to you.
Okay, we'll definitely need that.
And President Todd, we can definitely, if the board's not at a comfort level, we can definitely come back and chisel it out, talk through it, and bring some different options with some of these things back to the board to consider. Again, up there you have things like 7 permanent guest teachers. You have 4 math interventionists. You know, those are numbers that can be adjusted. The raises obviously can be, you know, adjusted as well. Right now we have it at 2%. It was at 2.5%. So, you know, if the board saw fit and they weren't comfortable tonight, we could go back, kind of hammer this through. Again, potentially look for more efficiencies, but yeah, I agree. As that number gets larger, it can be a little concerning there. But again, we understand the board's position. This is a difficult conversation. We just want to make sure we get it right and align with our priorities.
I have one more question. On our below the line issues, we've got a lot of reading intervention. I know those were originally higher, but we found some money that took those out. This really makes it look as though we're not prioritizing reading intervention. So can we make a note or something that shows that these positions that we know we need are already there? Halfway through this process, we found some efficiencies and we're able to put that into the budget without a budget hit.
Yeah.
So.
Yes, great recommendation. Yeah, really happy to tell the board, as we looked at aligning our staff ratios a little more aligned with what's in board policy, we were able to find efficiency money because we knew reading interventionist off the top was the elephant in the room. We all had really strong opinions, the board included, on keeping our focus on K3 ELA, you know, literacy. So President Todd's right. So halfway through the process, that was a great thing that we could find that money to take care of the increase in reading interventionists. So we're going from, and Natasha, correct me if I'm wrong, I think 9 or 9.5 all the way up to 12.5 next year to support our K, is that right? 12.5 to support K3 literacy. And so that actually didn't become part of this process. So I appreciate that, President Todd. So maybe we do make a note so it doesn't mislead. It stayed on the worksheet, but I don't want people to be misled by that.
So with that, Dr. Monroe, I do have a question, and this is merely just thinking off the cuff. Reading intervention is critical, and we've seen its successes, but do we look at bringing that number back a bit to add a couple of math interventionists? Is that and I don't expect an answer now, but maybe that's something we could look at to help balance it. Then we're starting that process of math interventions. Maybe we put those at our 2 lowest performing schools or 3 lowest performing. I know it gets a little tricky with Title I schools of what we can do. It's not as simple as just placing students where they're most needed. My understanding with that is if the most needed school is not a Title I school and we put somebody there, we've got to come back and put more at the Title I school, which may be outperforming a non-Title I school. So it's not as simple as a one-to-one deal. But I suppose for discussion's sake, we could still look at what could be done and perhaps wrangle that into the mix.
Yeah, I do want to say, yeah, we definitely can do that. And we can go back and talk through and massage this and look for efficiencies and look for money. I know Beth and Crystal, I've tasked them over the last month to uncover every rock. One of my concerns for the math interventionist is, although it's very important, they're hard to find. And I guess if we took like an expert 8th grade math teacher, let's say from Blue Horizon, and they became the math coach, we've created that vacancy at Blue and they're really hard to find. And so I don't know what the answer is. I'm sure Mrs. Camp and others know more about that than I do. I do agree that it's a need. I just want to make sure we're very careful. And then, like the board has indicated, we want to get people with the right credentials, and not just someone who's passionate, but who's certified to be able to do it, just like the reading interventionist. So that gives me pause on the math interventionist. But again, if we come to kind of a stalemate in this discussion and pause, we can definitely bring something back at the next meeting, have further conversations with the board, and look at different ideas. I do think this aligns a lot with my year on the board, knowing that the board K-3 literacy, math is a focus of the board, and I know that'll come through in our strategic plan, as well as special education I hear all the time, and gifted. Like, I know that those are 4 priorities that are important to the board. And so I do feel pretty good about the work the committee did, and I appreciate this discussion. But again, yeah, President Todd, if we need to take this back, we don't need to vote on it tonight. We can do a little more work on it and bring it back to the board. And if there's other input the board has for us to look at, we can also chisel away. But Beth and I were trying to think about the different questions you guys might have and having all the numbers ready. And so now we have some input to bring some other numbers back. So.
Can I just clarify? You mentioned potentially changing the number of reading interventionists. I know that you did vote upon that in February for the number to hire. So if that's an adjustment, we need to know that immediately, because we have them posted and are interviewing.
Well, again, I think it's hard till we know what our budget is. This is the problem with the budget cycle, and the way it works is we're trying to fill those, but then we get this number today, and that makes it very difficult to, we always, because of the way school finances, the way the budget process is, we lead to the opportunity of getting the cart before the horse. So we don't really have that on the agenda, but as far as a budget goes, we can't direct you to not hire those positions, but we may want to be cautiously moving forward till we can identify this properly and try to prevent it from going $320,000 into the red. That's risky for us.
So let me just say one more thing here. So we have, reading through the list top to bottom, so we have employee raises. That's for all employee groups. That's at 2%. We have a pay scale increase for related services, which is OT, PT, and our speech at $40,000. We have the 1 hour increase for our self-contained paraprofessionals, an hour a day. We have 4 math interventionists, and then we have 7 permanent guest teachers. And then we have no behavior specialist, but we have an increase in the secretary hours for Liberty due to the preschool for 1 hour. So that's what we have above the green line right now. Does that sound
So
right?
we're not going to continue looking at 2.5?
Well, we certainly can. I was just reading over where we are right now, where I see that chart, because we moved the number to 547. The 2.5 was 600 and
Something.
684. So that's another 140,000. So that's where you get close to you're getting closer to the $500,000. Again, that's that would be something the board would vote on and finalize. But right as it's written right here, remember, Bexler, that's 2%. On the worksheet, we're back to the 2%.
I understood that, but we're not even going to look at 2.5 and see if we can work out some.
I will do whatever the board directs.
I'd like to look at 2.5.
So the 2.5, if that's the case, brings it to 6. What was it, Crystal? Let's switch it back. 680.
So what is the difference? What's the difference between that to go 2 to 2.5?
140,000.
Okay, so where would you cut 140,000 out of that list?
Well, I was hoping for some suggestions coming from our administration.
So that'd be about 140,000 increase. So we're back to about 4. Yeah, there you see it at the bottom, 455.
Yeah, I was hoping to find it somewhere within the interventionists, especially with math instead of 7, looking at maybe 4.
I think we have that now.
Some of you expect, yeah, we're at 4 now, but the discussions we had with the committee, there was a mixed review on the math interventionists, whether or not they would want it on the campuses. It seemed like a good idea to me, but the discussion didn't lead down that road.
So just for visual, if we take the math interventionist out, we just zero that out, That takes us to a reduction. I can barely read that thing. 202,000. Is that what it was?
158. Yeah. There you go.
Hey, there we go. My eye doctor likes you better already. Actually, he doesn't. Now I can read it. I won't need glasses.
Yeah, so that if you reduce the math interventionist, we had 4. That takes us to 158. So you still have 7 permanent guest teachers. You got the special education increases, the employee raise of 2.5% for all employee groups, and then the secretary hours at Liberty.
I have a question. If our budget adjustment comes up higher and we reevaluate, we could bring back math interventionists some point down the road, correct?
Correct.
Yes, timing becomes an issue, hiring the right people, but yes, we could.
Well, if there's anything we kind of have to put on the back burner, maybe that's it.
If we, and again, I don't like this idea. I like the 2.5% raise. But if we took those numbers, what if we did 2.2% or 2.25%? What does that take our red number to?
Yeah, let's see.
We could almost eliminate it if we just went with a 2% raise, right?
So, Crystal, switch it back to the 2 and let's look. But let's follow President Todd's thinking. He's almost doing a...
Go back where we started.
Well, then we're only $22,000 into the red.
Yes.
Which, members, I just remind you that, as been said many times, these are tough decisions. Ultimately, we would like to give 100% raises. We'd like to have 25 math interventionists and 30 reading interventionists. But what our taxpayers have given us does not allow for that. We could always come back with budget revisions and offer, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, we could even offer pay increases at a later date if our numbers come back good. But this is kind of the problem with America today, is everybody lives in the red, and that's why we have trillions of dollars of deficit. And I don't think that that is the best interest for our district. Again, I would love to give bigger raises. I think 2.5 as proposed. Member Bixler, I mean no disrespect for this, but I think 2.5 raise is a joke. I think it should be 5 or 10, at least 6. But we don't have that. That's just not a reality. I applaud you for looking at 2.5 because it's definitely better than 2. But again, this is what our voters have handed to us, and it is our job to represent the taxpayer. And if we want to change this as a team of board members, teachers, classified staff, everybody, we can get out next year and hit the pavement and go after some bonds and start educating people.
President Todd, do you want us to try like a 2.2? Do you want us to try and see what that looks like?
Well, we
a 2.3?
certainly could try it and see where every little bit helps.
We don't have that? Okay.
No, I did not.
Okay.
You're going to be at about 100,000.
Again, I don't like it, guys, but it's just what it's what we've been given. And we're still not doing anything to address our lowest paid employees, which have taken a significant hit with the economy. It's rough. I don't like that either, but again, it's what the taxpayers have given us to work with. So if we push this off for 2 weeks, we have staff to crunch some numbers, look at it, see what they can find. Maybe they find something in there that can take that raise up more and keep us out of getting too deep into the red.
The 2.2% is about $602,000. 602,171.
Okay, so 68, 76 negative there. Okay, so we're at 2.2.
So, Ms. Strickler, what in your crystal ball, do you think with budget revisions and increased ADM that 76,000 is something we can catch and turn that to just zero?
Since this is reflective of fiscal year 25, we do have an increase in our base support level, which is coming every year, which is, 1.7 to 2%, depending on which is lesser of the two evils. And then we will have an additional capacity with our 100th day student count for this year. 100% confidence, no, but I could have a better number for you in a couple weeks if you want to table this.
Our next board meeting is the 25th, right after spring break, the Monday after. And yeah, we could spend some time with it and make sure we relay our comfort level. And I think that's an excellent question. Look at that. See if we can make a little science of the crystal ball looking. The good thing, as I mentioned, is we are growing. So that's a very good thing. And not all districts can say that. However, these are hard decisions, and I want to make sure the board's making a really educated vote, and I want to make sure administration feels confident in what we can pull off for the board.
So do we need to take action to direct you to relook at this, or do we just table it?
What do you think, Clyde? Do we just table it and then bring it back?
Okay. All right, members, I'll take a motion.
Mr. President, I motion to table the budget until next board meeting on the 25th.
Do we need any kind of statement about bringing back some additional research, or just tabling it does that already?
I think we've heard from the board, so we've taken a lot of notes. So yeah, I think if we table it, that's fine. That gives us enough. The only thing I'd say, Crystal, so we don't lose track, is that employee raises, make sure you put 2.2 next to it, because we've switched it so many times. No, I think Member Bixler, between all the board's input and questions, I think we have enough to kind of talk through and look. And again, we'll continue to look at efficiencies, and this will give Beth some time with what President Todd was saying to be able to come back to the board and say, hey, we feel a comfort level with that 76,000 where we think that won't be an issue. So I would feel better about that too, giving us another week or two to look at that.
I second the motion.
All right, hearing a motion and a second. When I call your name, please state your vote. Vice President Parks?
Aye.
Board Member Bixler?
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon?
Aye.
I'm also, and I will show that proof. 4 yes, 0 no to table till the next meeting. Our next item is item 6.7, possible action to convene an executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431A1, discussion or consideration of assignment of a public officer relating to governing board policies CBI and CBIE, and ARS 38-431.03A3, discussion or consultation for legal advice with the attorney or attorneys of the public body, the evaluation of the superintendent and performance pay.
Mr. President, I recommend that we convene an executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431A1, discussion or consideration of assignment of a public officer governing board policy CBI and CBI-E, and ARS 38-431.03A3, discussion or consultation for legal advice with the attorney or attorneys of the public body, evaluation of the superintendent and performance pay.
Second?
Good job.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Call your name, please specify your vote. Vice President Parks?
Aye.
Board Member Bixler?
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon?
Aye.
I'm also, and I will show 4-0 approved. It's now 7:37. We'll show excuse to executive session. Okay, the time is now 9:56 p.m. We'll show that we're reconvened into our public meeting and out of executive session. Item 6.9 is our discussion consideration to approve performance pay of the superintendent. Members, as you're aware, we just spent a considerable amount of time in executive session, which is required by state law to do an evaluation of the superintendent and his performance pay. With that, I will take a motion as you desire for performance pay.
Mr. President, I make a motion to approve and award all performance pay to the superintendent, Dr. Court Monroe.
Mr. President, I second.
Okay, I have a motion by Board Member Kenyon, a second by Board Member Bixler to award 100% of the allowed performance pay to Superintendent Court Monroe. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, when I call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member, Vice President Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that proof 4 yes, 0 no. Members, next on the agenda is item 7.1, board comments or agenda topic requests.
I do have a comment, and maybe this can be just a follow-up later with administration, but I would like us to reach out to both City of Goodyear and City of Buckeye and see if we can't talk to their police chiefs or try to re-engage that conversation about seeing if they can get SROs from their precincts, because I think that that would be a lot more stable than the SSO, the couple SSOs that were supposed to be provided. I know that there's been some concerns with just them showing up unannounced and different things. So if we can just kind of look at that again and see if we can't start that conversation again.
Yeah, I would concur with that, but I think I have some questions on school safety with that. I think we may be better served in an executive session for that as well. I can talk with staff afterwards to explain it, and you guys can decide. But I would definitely like to talk to both of the chiefs. I love having police officers on campus to ensure safety, but I'm not sure what we have is working very well for us. So we can. You're good. Perfect. Okay. Any other topics or comments? All right. Hearing none, we'll move to item 8.1, our upcoming meetings. Monday, March 25th, we have a regular board meeting. Are we doing a work session that night as well?
Yes.
Okay.
So that would be a 4:30 start time. That's the day right after spring break, the Monday right after the break.
Okay. Does that give staff enough time over the break to prepare for it, or do we need to try to do something midweek for a work session?
We're planning on being ready.
Okay.
And I know the future calendar the board approved, we wouldn't meet the Monday right after the break, which helps staff. So, but we'll be ready for this one.
Okay. Members, then we have an April 8th, 29th, 13th, 10th, and May 13th, June 10th, June 24th. June 10th is a cancellation because our administrators' ASA conference is in Tucson that day. So we will not have staff for the meeting. So we'll take that one off. Okay, next on the agenda is adjournment 9.1.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Got a motion, a second. I call your name, specify your vote. Vice President Parks.
Aye.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Will show 4 yes, 0 no. We're adjourned.